Hello, and welcome to Whispered Tales. Close your eyes for a moment and take a deep, calming breath. Feel the weight of the day melt away as you exhale. Let your shoulders relax and allow the world around you to fade. You've entered a place where time slows, where every whispered word carries you deeper into realms of wonder and imagination. Tonight, I invite you to journey with me to a land of ancient magic, where the air hums with enchantments and the stars seem to speak in forgotten tongues. Here, amid towering spires of a school unlike any other, the extraordinary is not just taught, it is lived. This is the story of a sanctuary of learning, a home for young dreamers and spellweavers. A place where dragons are myths, or so they believe. But tonight, the myth awakens. A shadow stirs on the horizon, and the fate of many will soon rest in the hands of the few. So, settle in. Perhaps you'd like to wrap yourself in a soft blanket or sip on something warm. Let the soothing rhythm of this tale wash over you like a gentle tide. Remember, if you find yourself enchanted by tonight's story, do follow us for more journeys into the realms of wonder and peace. Now, let us step into this tale together and see what lies beyond the veil of magic and mystery. Are you ready? Then let us begin. Far beyond the reaches of ordinary sight, hidden among emerald forests and misty mountains, lies a place whispered about in legend, a school where magic is not only learned but celebrated. This is Aetherion Academy, a sanctuary of spells and secrets, where young minds are molded into the protectors of a delicate balance. The school itself is a marvel to behold. Its spires twist and spiral toward the heavens, shimmering with enchantments that make them appear as if they're woven from moonlight and stardust. The walls pulse faintly with runes, their soft glow a reminder of the ancient magic that sustains the school. Great glass windows stretch from floor to ceiling, reflecting skies that are never quite the same shade twice. Beneath these windows lies a sprawling courtyard where students practice levitating stones, summoning fire from thin air, or shaping water into intricate patterns. Within the hallowed halls, voices hum with anticipation. Young witches and wizards gather in clusters, their robes embroidered with sigils that shimmer faintly when touched by light. Their laughter echoes, mingling with the faint hum of magical energy that seems to infuse every stone, every stairway, every room. But there is more to Aetherion than its enchanting beauty. Beneath the surface, the school holds countless mysteries. 1,000 years of history are etched into its very foundation, legends of battles fought and won, of alliances forged, and of dark times when the balance of magic was nearly undone. The great library, with its endless shelves of ancient tomes, whispers secrets to those who listen closely enough. And deep beneath the school lies the Crystal Vault, a chamber said to contain the essence of magic itself. Here, students don't merely learn spells, they learn responsibility, courage, and the delicate art of wielding power wisely. Some are destined to become healers, others protectors, and a rare few, the keepers of magical lore. Among them, there are those who stand out, not for their power, but for their hearts, their unyielding determination to rise above their fears. And yet, even in this haven, an unease lingers. Whispers of something stirring beyond the safety of the academy walls, a shadow gathering strength, an ancient force long thought dormant. But for now, Aetherion remains a place of hope, where each student begins their journey toward becoming more than they ever dreamed possible. Tonight, their courage will be tested. Aetherion Academy was alive with magic. Every corner of the school seemed to breathe, to hum, to pulse with an energy that was both ancient and eternal. From the moment one stepped through the grand enchanted gates, crafted from oak said to have grown in the heart of the first forest, the air itself seemed to change. It shimmered faintly, charged with possibilities, like the moment before a thunderstorm when the world feels electric. The main courtyard was the heart of this magical world, a place where the extraordinary felt almost ordinary. Students hurried between classes, their robes swirling as they carried books that seemed to murmur their contents aloud. Some paused under the branches of the silver oak tree at the center of the courtyard, its leaves glowing softly in the moonlight, even under the midday sun. The classrooms were just as wondrous. Each one was uniquely enchanted to reflect the magic taught within its walls. The potions hall, for instance, had shelves that rearranged themselves to provide exactly what a student needed. The astronomy tower's ceiling opened to reveal the night sky no matter the time of day. And the elemental chamber, where students learned to command fire, water, air, and earth, was an ever-changing space, its walls shifting to suit the elements being conjured. The faculty added to the school's mystical charm. Professors seemed as much a part of the academy as its walls and towers. There was Professor Selim, the head of magical theory, with his robes that flowed like liquid starlight. Then there was Mistress Silva, the herbology expert, who moved through the gardens as if she were a whisper carried on the wind. Each teacher carried their own aura, their presence commanding respect and curiosity in equal measure. But perhaps the most enchanting aspect of Aetherion was the Great Hall. It was the beating heart of the academy, a space that seemed to transcend dimensions. The long dining tables floated a few inches above the ground, and the ceiling reflected not only the sky but the collective mood of the school. On most days, it glittered with calm twilight, stars winking softly above the bustling conversations. But when the air grew heavy with tension, darker storms would swirl there, a subtle warning of unease. Despite its grandeur, Aetherion was not without its secrets. Hidden passages lay behind bookcases and tapestries, leading to rooms that hadn't been entered for centuries. Echoes of ancient spells lingered in the air, faint whispers of times long past. It was said that if you stayed still and listened, you could hear the academy itself speaking to you, offering glimpses of its countless stories. Aetherion Academy wasn't just a school. It was a living, breathing tapestry of wonder, a place where the impossible felt not only achievable but inevitable. And as the students went about their lessons, they had no idea that soon this place of safety and wonder would be thrust into chaos and danger. At Aetherion Academy, education was more than the memorization of spells or the crafting of potions. It was an initiation into a deeper understanding of the world and one's place within it. Students didn't just learn magic, they learned how to listen to the heartbeat of the universe, to recognize its rhythms, and to wield its power responsibly. The curriculum was as vast and intricate as the magical tapestry that wove the academy together. First-year students began with the fundamentals, the art of channeling energy, deciphering ancient runes, and understanding the nature of magical creatures. Classes were small, intimate even, as instructors carefully guided each student through the delicate process of awakening their innate talents. As the students progressed, the lessons grew more challenging. By their third year, they were expected to master elemental manipulation, navigate the complexities of transfiguration, and craft potions potent enough to mend wounds or unravel curses. By their final year, students undertook the rite of resonance, a sacred trial designed to align their magic with their true calling. It was a daunting yet transformative experience, one that marked the transition from apprentice to master. Yet, academics were only one part of life at Aetherion. The school's traditions and history were as important as its lessons. Founded over a millennium ago by a council of ancient spellcasters, Aetherion was built as a sanctuary for those seeking to protect and preserve magic. Its founders believed that magic was a gift, one that should be nurtured and shared but never abused. Their legacy was etched into every corner of the academy, from the stained glass windows in the great hall to the statues that lined the moonlit walkway. Stories of past heroes and legendary battles were passed down through the generations. Students often gathered by the fire in the common hall to hear tales of the Great Convergence, a time when the Academy stood as the last bastion against a force threatening to unmake magic itself. They learned of the Star Weaver, a former student who saved the school by weaving a constellation into the protective wards that still glowed faintly above its walls. The Academy also instilled in its students a profound respect for balance. Magic is neither good nor evil, the headmaster often reminded them. It is the intent behind it that shapes its path. This principle was woven into every lesson, teaching the students to wield their power not for glory, but for the greater good. Despite the Academy's serene atmosphere, its history was not without shadows. Whispers of betrayals and ancient feuds lingered in the halls, and there were forbidden sections of the library that only the bravest or most foolish dared to enter. Students often wondered what lay behind the sealed door in the west wing, its surface marked with runes too complex even for the senior instructors to decipher. The students, each with their own dreams and fears, carried the weight of these lessons and traditions as they navigated their time at Aetherion. Some aspired to be healers, others warriors, and a few sought to become chroniclers of magic itself. But all of them, whether they realized it or not, were being prepared for a destiny far greater than they could imagine. For soon, their knowledge would be tested, not in the safety of a classroom, but in the chaos of a battle that would determine the fate of Aetherion and the world beyond its gates. Amid the bustling halls of Aetherion Academy, where hundreds of students and teachers pursued their magical endeavors, 3 individuals stood out, each unknowingly bound to the fate of the school. Aaron Winsong, the reluctant prodigy. Aaron was not the type of student one might expect to see at Aetherion. Though he had inherited a remarkable magical lineage, his mother, a renowned healer, and his father, a war mage, Aaron struggled to see himself as anything more than ordinary. His dark curls often fell into his eyes as he hunched over his spell work, frustrated by his lack of confidence despite his undeniable talent. Yet, there was something about Aaron that even he couldn't explain. Strange dreams visited him at night, visions of roaring flames, shadowy wings, and a soft voice urging him to seek the truth. His magical aura was unusually strong, occasionally causing objects around him to tremble when his emotions flared. His professors often remarked that his magic felt old, as though it resonated with something ancient and powerful. Despite his doubts, Aaron was loyal to his friends and fiercely protective of the school he called home. Little did he know, his inner strength and hidden potential would soon make him a key figure in the battle to come. Professor Lyanna Faelith, the guardian of knowledge. Professor Lyanna Faelith was a figure of both awe and warmth. Her presence commanded attention the moment she entered her room, her emerald green robes trailing behind her like the leaves of an ancient forest. As the school's instructor of elemental magic, she was known for her mastery of fire, water, air, and earth, but it was her wisdom and compassion that truly set her apart. Lyanna had a mysterious past, one she rarely spoke of, though rumors whispered of her involvement in the War of the Crescent Isles decades earlier. What was undeniable was her unshakable loyalty to Aetherion and its students. She often reminded them that bravery wasn't the absence of fear, but the determination to act despite it. It was Lyanna who first sensed the growing danger outside the school's wards. Late at night, she would climb to the top of the astronomy tower, scanning the horizon for signs of trouble. Her connection to nature made her attuned to shifts in the magical balance, and what she felt now left her restless and uneasy. The veiled stranger, a shadow in the halls. Few at Aetherion had ever seen the veiled stranger, and those who did rarely spoke of the encounter. Draped in a dark cloak that shimmered faintly, as though woven from the night sky itself, this figure appeared and disappeared with unsettling ease. Their face was always hidden beneath a hood, but their voice, soft, measured, and tinged with an unplaceable accent, was said to linger in the mind long after they had gone. The stranger had arrived at Aetherion several months ago, claiming to be a researcher studying the ancient wards that protected the academy. Headmaster Thalarin, though cautious, had granted them access to the great library and the restricted archives. Yet, many students whispered that the stranger seemed more interested in the shadows than the books. Aaron, in particular, found himself crossing paths with this figure more often than he liked. Each time, he felt a strange unease, as though the stranger knew more about him than they should. Could this veiled presence be a protector, or were their intentions far darker? Together, these three lives would soon intertwine in ways none of them could foresee, their choices shaping the outcome of a battle that would forever alter the course of Aetherion's history. It began with a chill in the air. At first, the students thought little of it. Aetherion Academy often experienced strange phenomena, shifting weather patterns, faint magical disturbances, but this felt different. The crisp autumn breeze that usually carried the scent of blossoming starflowers was replaced by an unsettling stillness. The air grew heavy, as though the sky itself held its breath. Aaron noticed it first during an early morning lesson in the elemental chamber. As he attempted to summon a small flame, the room grew unnaturally cold. His breath clouded before him, and his spell fizzled out. Professor Lyanna, observing from the back of the room, frowned. "The air feels wrong," she murmured, her hand brushing against the enchanted stones of the wall. That night, the first real sign appeared. The stars above Aetherion's spires shimmered with a faint red hue, and the gray hall's enchanted ceiling mirrored this unsettling change. The older students exchanged uneasy glances. Red skies were often mentioned in ancient texts as a harbinger of destruction. The next morning, scouts sent from the nearby Elven outposts arrived with grim news. "The dragons are stirring," said Arinder, the leader of the delegation. His silver hair glinted in the morning light as he addressed the gathered faculty in the great hall. "We've seen their shadows circling the mountains. Fires burn where there was once green. Something, or someone, has awakened them." The news sent a ripple of fear through the academy. Dragons were not mere beasts, they were forces of nature, embodiments of power and chaos. They had been dormant for centuries, bound by ancient trees forged with the help of the elves. But if they were stirring now, it meant that something had broken the fragile balance. In the days that followed, the signs grew more ominous. Unexplained scorch marks appeared in the surrounding forests, and the Academy's protective wards began to flicker, their glow dimming at unpredictable intervals. Students whispered of strange roars carried on the wind, low and guttural, as though the mountains themselves were growling. Aaron's dreams grew darker. He saw blazing eyes and heard the deafening beat of wings. But there was something else, a voice, distant yet clear, calling his name. He woke one night, his heart pounding, to find his room bathed in an eerie red glow. When he looked out of his window, he saw a shadow sweep across the moon, enormous wings blotting out its light. The faculty worked tirelessly to fortify the Academy's defenses, but unease hung heavy over the school. Professor Lyanna spent hours in the crystal vault, trying to reinforce the ancient wards. Headmaster Thalarin combed through the archives, searching for clues to the dragon's sudden awakening. And the veiled stranger, though rarely seen, seemed to linger near the great library more often, their presence a reminder that not all threats came from outside the school's walls. The final warning came 3 days later, when the silver oak in the courtyard, a tree that had stood unyielding for centuries, shed its glowing leaves in one great cascade. The light that had always danced across its branches faded, leaving it bare and silent. A deep crack ran through its trunk, as though the earth itself was mourning the danger that loomed. By then, it was clear the dragons were coming, and Aetherion Academy would not be spared. It began with a roar that shattered the night. The sound was unlike anything the students of Aetherion had ever heard, deep, guttural, and resonant, as though the mountains themselves were crying out in fear. The great hall's enchanted ceiling swirled with dark storm clouds, and the stars above disappeared, leaving only an ominous red glow that bathed the Academy in its eerie light. From the observation towers, the first dragon was spotted. It emerged from the darkness like a living shadow, its massive wings slicing through the air with a thunderous beat. As it drew closer, its scales glimmered like molten metal, reflecting the crimson sky. Behind it came others, 3, 5, then a dozen. They moved in formation, their eyes blazing like embers, fire curling from their nostrils as they descended toward the Academy. The alarm bells rang out, their tolls echoing through the stone halls. Students scrambled from their dormitories, clutching wands and spellbooks, their faces pale with fear. To the shelters, shouted Professor Lyanna, her voice cutting through the chaos. She raised her hands, and a barrier of shimmering green light sprang to life above the main courtyard, its magic pulsing with her determination. The dragons, however, were relentless. The largest among them, a great black beast with golden eyes, unleashed a torrent of flame that struck the barrier with a deafening crash. The ground trembled, and the protective wards flickered, struggling to absorb the force of the attack. Aaron stood frozen in the courtyard, his heart pounding as he watched the scene unfold. Around him, students and professors hurried to form defensive lines. Fire spells and bolts of energy shot into the sky, illuminating the night with flashes of blue and silver. Some struck their targets, causing the dragons to momentarily retreat, but the beasts seemed almost impervious to harm. Aaron, move. A hand grabbed his arm, pulling him out of his daze. It was Arinder, the Elven scout who had warned of the attack days earlier. This is no time for hesitation. If you don't fight, you'll perish. Before Aaron could respond, the ground shook violently as another dragon landed just outside the Academy walls, its claws raking through the earth. Its roar echoed like thunder, and it spread its wings wide, creating a gust of wind so strong it sent several students tumbling backward. Meanwhile, the veiled stranger appeared on one of the higher balconies, their cloak billowing in the wind. With a swift motion, they raised their hands, and a surge of dark magic erupted from their fingertips, striking one of the dragons square in the chest. The creature recoiled, snarling in pain, but the stranger's spell was fleeting, as though they were holding back their full power. Professor Lyanna, her barrier now weakening, called out to her fellow instructors. We can't hold them off forever. Focus on the wards, they're our only chance. Together, the professors gather near the central spire, channeling their energy into the protective runes carved into the stone. Despite their efforts, the dragons continue to press forward. Flames licked at the edges of the courtyard, and the silver oak, once the heart of the academy, erupted into a blazing inferno. The sight of it collapsing into ash sent a wave of despair through the students. But even in the chaos, there was a glimmer of hope. From the horizon, a soft golden light began to rise, faint but steady. Erender's sharp elven eyes caught it first, and a faint smile crossed his lips. "The elves are coming," he murmured. As the dragons unleashed another wave of fire, the battle for Aetherion had truly begun. The courtyard was a battlefield. Spells flew like shooting stars, their light cutting through the smoky air, but the dragon's relentless assault threatened to overwhelm even the strongest defenses. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning stone and ash as flames scorched the once pristine walls of Aetherion Academy. The protective barrier conjured by Professor Lyanna and the other instructors shimmered weakly, its magical energy wavering under the dragon's constant barrage. Each fiery blast from the creatures sent ripples of strain through the barrier, cracks of magical energy sparking across its surface. "We need more time," Lyanna shouted to the gathered students and faculty, her voice tinged with desperation. But time was a luxury they did not have. The largest of the dragons, the black-scaled leader with golden eyes, smashed through the outer wall with a swipe of its massive tail. Stone crumbled like sand, sending debris cascading into the courtyard. Screams erupted as students scrambled to dodge falling rubble. A group of senior students formed a line, chanting in unison as they attempted to repair the breach with hastily conjured stone barriers, but their efforts were quickly undone by the dragon's next strike. Among the chaos, Aaron found himself in the thick of it, his wand trembling in his grip. Erender stood beside him, his twin swords glowing with elven enchantments. "Stand your ground, Aaron," the elf commanded, parrying a claw swipe from a smaller dragon that had landed near the courtyard. Sparks flew as sword met scale, but even Erender's precision strikes barely left a mark on the creature. Aaron's mind raced. He tried to recall the defensive spells he had learned, but his fear clouded his thoughts. The dragon's eyes locked onto him, its golden gaze piercing and unrelenting. As it opened its maw to unleash a torrent of fire, Aaron raised his wand instinctively, and a shimmering shield erupted around him just in time to deflect the flames. The force of the blast sent him staggering backward, but he remained standing, his hands trembling. Nearby, the veiled stranger moved through the battlefield with unnerving calm, their cloak billowing like smoke. They gestured sharply, and tendrils of dark energy snaked through the air, wrapping around the wings of a smaller dragon and dragging it to the ground. "Focus your power," the stranger called out to Aaron, their voice cutting through the chaos. "You have more strength than you realize. Use it." Despite the stranger's help, the tide of battle began to shift against the defenders. The protective wards faltered, their light dimming until they finally collapsed with a deafening crack, leaving the academy fully exposed. A wave of panic swept through the students as the dragons surged forward, flames consuming the outer buildings and towers. Among the defenders, there were already losses. A group of first-year students, too young and inexperienced to properly defend themselves, had been caught in the initial attack. Professors fought desperately to pull survivors from the wreckage, their faces etched with grief and determination. The silver oak, once the symbol of the Academy's resilience, had been reduced to a smoldering husk. Its destruction left an aching void in the hearts of the defenders, a stark reminder of the dragon's overwhelming power. And yet, even in the face of such devastation, the spirit of Aetherion endured. Senior students formed defensive lines, casting powerful spells to drive the dragons back. Professors joined forces, combining their magic to create barriers and launch counterattacks. From the horizon, the first wave of elven reinforcements arrived, their arrows glowing with enchantments that pierced even dragon scales. In the chaos, Aaron felt a flicker of resolve ignite within him. This was his home, his sanctuary, and he couldn't let it fall. Summoning his courage, he joined a group of his peers, working together to bind one of the dragons with enchanted chains. The creature roared in fury, its thrashing shaking the ground, but it was a small victory, a sign that they could fight back. As the battle raged on, the defenders of Aetherion clung to their hope, even as losses mounted in flames consumed the Academy. They had survived the first wave, but the true test of their strength was yet to come. As the defenders of Aetherion faltered beneath the dragon's relentless assault, a distant sound rose above the chaos, a haunting, melodic horn that carried through the smoke-filled air. It was the call of Eldrin, an ancient signal used by the elves to announce their arrival in times of war. From the northern forest, they emerged like a shimmering tide. The elven warriors were clad in armor that seemed to shift and glisten with the colors of the forest, deep greens, silvers, and the faintest touch of gold. Their presence brought an almost otherworldly calm to the battlefield, as though the trees themselves had sent their guardians to aid the Academy. At the front of the procession rode Arinder's kin, Lady Valeth, a commander renowned for her skill in both strategy and magic. Her long silver hair flowed behind her like a river of moonlight, and her emerald green cloak billowed in the wind as she raised her staff high. The gem at its tip pulsed with a bright, steady light, a beacon of hope for the defenders below. "Hold the line." Valetha's voice rang out, clear and commanding, as she dismounted her steed. "The tide turns now." Without hesitation, the elves joined the fray. Their archers took position on the outer walls, releasing arrows that glowed with powerful enchantments. Each arrow found its mark, piercing through even the thickest dragon scales. The dragons roared in fury, their fiery breath countered by the elves' precision and unyielding determination. Meanwhile, the elven spellcasters worked in unison, their voices rising in a harmonious chant. They wove intricate spells that shimmered in the air like threads of silver, creating barriers to protect the wounded and binding enchantments to immobilize the dragons. One spell conjured massive vines that erupted from the earth, wrapping around the limbs of a great red dragon and dragging it down with a deafening crash. Irinder fought beside Aaron, his twin blades flashing as he struck at a smaller dragon attempting to break through the defenses. "They've come just in time," he said, a fierce grin lighting his face. "But we must match their courage, Aaron. Show them the strength of Aetherion." Inspired by the elves' arrival, the students and professors rallied. Aaron, though still unsure of himself, found a growing resolve within. Together with a group of his classmates, he launched a coordinated spell, a volley of fiery orbs that struck a dragon mid-flight, forcing it to retreat with a screech of pain. In the chaos, Professor Lyanna and Lady Valeth met in the center of the courtyard. "We owe you more than words can express," Lyanna said, her voice steady despite the weariness in her eyes. "We share a bond older than any of us," Valeth replied. "Aetherion's fate is tied to our own. But this battle is far from over. The dragons will not relent until their leader is brought down. We must strike at the heart of their fury. Lyanna nodded, her gaze shifting to the great black dragon circling overhead. Then we must act quickly, before the wards fail completely. Are your warriors prepared to face such a foe? Velitha's expression hardened. We've faced worse and prevailed. But this time, we'll need your students to stand with us. Their courage will tip the scales. As the elves wielded their magic and their warriors held the line, a sense of hope began to return to Aetherion. For the first time since the attack began, the dragons seemed to falter, their advance slowed by the combined might of the Academy and its newfound allies. Yet, as the battle raged on, a shadow loomed in the distance, the unmistakable figure of the black-scaled dragon, its golden eyes glowing with malice. The tide had turned, but the greatest challenge was still to come. The elves of Eldrin were not only warriors, but masters of ancient and intricate magic. Their spells were unlike the structured incantations taught at Aetherion. They wielded their power as a symphony, blending nature's forces with their own inner strength. In the chaos of battle, their strategies began to turn the tide against the dragons. Lady Velith stood at the forefront, her staff planted firmly in the ground as she led the elven mages in a synchronized spell. They chanted in their melodic tongue, their voices rising and falling in perfect harmony. The ground beneath them responded, glowing faintly with patterns of ancient runes. Then, with a resounding burst of energy, a massive dome of vines and shimmering light erupted, shielding the courtyard from the dragon's fiery breath. This barrier will hold, but not for long, Velith warned. We must weaken them before they find a way through. She divided her forces, assigning tasks based on their unique magical expertise. 1. Binding the dragons. A group of elven druids spread out along the perimeter, their hands glowing green as they summoned the earth's strength. Massive roots burst from the ground, twisting and coiling around the dragon's limbs and wings. One dragon, a towering beast with crimson scales, roared in fury as it was pinned to the ground, its wings bound tightly by the enchanted vines. The students watched in awe, and a brave few joined the effort. Channel the energy through your hands, one of the druids instructed as Aaron and his classmates added their power to the binding spell. With their combined effort, they managed to immobilize another dragon, forcing it out of the sky and crashing into the far end of the courtyard. 2. Disrupting the flames. Fire was the dragon's greatest weapon, but the elves had come prepared. A team of water mages worked in tandem to counter the infernos. They conjured torrents of water from thin air, their magic cascading like rivers through the sky. The flames that had engulfed parts of the Academy were extinguished, and the dragon's fiery breath was met with surging waves that turned fire into steam. Professor Lyanna joined their efforts, her hands glowing a bright sapphire as she channeled a storm of ice shards. They struck the dragons with precision, freezing parts of their wings and forcing them to retreat from the aerial assault. 3. The illusionary veil. In a bold move, Velith commanded the elven illusionists to create a diversion. Their magic wove the light into shimmering mirages, crafting duplicates of the defenders and casting them into the battlefield. The dragons, disoriented and enraged, struck at the illusions, their attacks wasted on shadows that dissipated into the air. Aaron couldn't help but marvel at the elven coordination. They don't just fight, he muttered to Arinder, who stood beside him. They anticipate. They flow like a river. Arinder gave him a faint smile. This is not our first war, young mage. but we've never fought alongside someone like you. You learn to flow with us yet. 4. Weakening the leader. Even as these tactics slowed the dragon's advance, all eyes remained on the great black dragon circling above. Its golden eyes burned with fury as it roared commands to its kin. Lady Valeth pointed her staff toward it. "We must weaken the leader," she said, her voice firm. "Without it, their forces will falter." The elven mages prepared a concentrated spell, pooling their energy into a massive arcane bolt aimed directly at the black dragon. Aaron and a few senior students joined in, their combined power crackling in the air. The bolt struck the dragon, causing it to stagger mid-flight and roar in anger. Though it wasn't enough to bring the beast down, it proved that even the most formidable opponent was not invincible. The elves' strategies breathed new life into the defenders of Aetherion. For every fiery attack, there was now a counter. For every roar, there was a spell to silence it. Yet, even as they gained ground, the battle was far from won. Above them, the black dragon circled with growing fury, its golden eyes locking onto the Academy's central spire. A dangerous light flickered in its gaze, a sign that the battle, for the first time since the attack began, the defenders of Aetherion and their elven allies fought as one, their combined efforts forming a seamless tapestry of resilience and strength. The elves, with their centuries of experience and mastery of nature's magic, brought order to the chaos. But it was the students of Aetherion, with their unyielding determination and creative approaches, who provided the spark that kept the dragons at bay. Together, they became more than a collection of individuals. They became a force capable of turning the tide of battle. A shared front line. In the courtyard, Lady Valeth stood shoulder to shoulder with the professors and senior students, coordinating their efforts with precision. "Focus on the smaller dragons first," she instructed. "We must thin their numbers before we can face their leader." Under her guidance, students paired with elven warriors. One group, led by Arinder, worked to ground a blue-scaled dragon that had been terrorizing the western wing of the Academy. Using a combination of elven arrows and students' binding spells, they managed to wrap the beast in enchanted chains. It thrashed and roared, but the combined force brought it crashing to the ground, where it was swiftly subdued by the elven warriors. Aaron found himself fighting alongside Arinder once again. This time, he felt a newfound confidence. Together, they launched a coordinated attack on a smaller dragon that had breached the courtyard. Aaron conjured a fiery net, trapping its wings, while Arinder delivered a precise blow to its vulnerable underbelly. The dragon collapsed in a heap, and the pair exchanged a brief nod before rushing to the next threat. A lesson in harmony. Elsewhere, Professor Lion and a group of elven mages taught the younger students how to blend their magic with the elves' ancient techniques. "Magic flows like a river," Lion explained, echoing a principle she had often taught in class. "The elves do not force it, they guide it. Watch and learn." The students listened intently, their fear momentarily replaced by fascination. Following the elves' example, they began to cast spells that felt smoother, more natural. A group of first years successfully created a barrier of entwined light and vines, protecting a group of wounded defenders from an incoming dragon's attack. "This is incredible," one of the students whispered. "I didn't know magic could feel so alive." A plan to strike the heart. Despite their growing synergy, the defenders knew that victory depended on more than holding the line. They needed to confront the black dragon leading the assault. The creature's relentless attacks were not only causing destruction but also emboldening the other dragons to press forward. "We need a team to engage it directly," Valeth said during a brief reprieve in the battle. She looked to Professor Lyanna, her expression serious. "But it will take both Elven and Aetherion magic to succeed." Professor Lyanna nodded. "I'll lead the effort, but we'll need Aaron." Aaron, overhearing his name, froze. "Me? I'm not ready for something like this." "You are," Lyanna said firmly. "You've been chosen, Aaron, whether by fate or by the magic that flows through you. You've already shown what you're capable of tonight." Valeth placed a hand on his shoulder. "Courage isn't the absence of fear, young mage. It's acting despite it. We believe in you." Reluctantly, Aaron agreed. A small team was formed: Professor Lyanna, Lady Valeth, Arinder, and a few senior students, including Aaron. Their task was simple yet perilous: weaken the black dragon and create an opening for the others to exploit. The first step toward victory. As the team prepared for their mission, the rest of the defenders continued to fight valiantly. Elves and students worked side by side, protecting one another and finding strength in their unity. Despite the odds, a sense of hope began to take root. The collaboration between the Academy and the Elves was proving to be a formidable force, one that even the dragons seemed to hesitate before challenging. But the greatest challenge still lay ahead: confronting the leader of the dragons and ending the battle once and for all. Just as the defenders of Aetherion prepared for their final, desperate stand against the black dragon, an unexpected sound pierced the chaos, a haunting, melodic cry that resonated like a song from the heavens. It was a sound both ancient and powerful, filling the air with a sense of awe and wonder. Heads turned to the sky as a golden light emerged from the horizon, growing brighter with every passing moment. It was not the sun nor a spell, but a being of pure radiance, the phoenix. The great bird soared into view, its wings trailing fire that shimmered with hues of crimson, gold, and amber. Each beat of its wings sent waves of warmth washing over the battlefield, driving back the oppressive chill left by the dragons. Its feathers sparkled like molten gold, and its eyes burned with an intensity that seemed to pierce through time itself. The phoenix was more than a creature of legend. It was a symbol of hope and renewal, a protector that had not been seen for centuries. Its appearance was said to herald both great peril and the promise of rebirth. As the phoenix circled above, the black dragon paused in its assault. The two creatures locked eyes, and for a brief moment, the battlefield fell silent, as though even the elements held their breath. A beacon of hope. The defenders, stunned by the phoenix's arrival, felt a surge of renewed energy. The wounded stirred, their pain easing as the phoenix's light touched them. The fires consuming parts of the Academy began to subside, the flames dimming in the presence of the bird's radiant aura. Lady Valeth's voice broke the silence. "The phoenix has answered our call. We must act while its strength is with us." The phoenix let out another cry, and from its wings fell embers that drifted down to the defenders like golden snow. Wherever an ember landed, it infused its recipient with renewed strength and clarity. Aaron felt one settle on his shoulder, and for the first time that night, he felt no doubt, only purpose. A duel of titans. The phoenix descended toward the black dragon, its fiery wings outstretched as it unleashed a blinding burst of light. The dragon roared in defiance, its golden eyes blazing as it retaliated with a torrent of black fire. The clash of their powers shook the very earth, sending shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. While the two titans battled in the sky, Professor Lyanna and Lady Valeth led their team closer to the black dragon. "The Phoenix cannot do this alone," Lyanna said. "We must weaken the dragon further and give the Phoenix the opening it needs to strike." Aaron, now filled with a courage he could scarcely recognize as his own, joined the effort. He and the senior students combined their spells, creating a chain of crackling energy that wrapped around the dragon's massive tail, forcing it to the ground. Irander and his warriors struck with precision, their enchanted blades finding weak points in the dragon's scales. The Phoenix's gift. As the defenders fought with all their might, the Phoenix released a final, brilliant wave of fire. It wasn't destructive, it was restorative. The flames enveloped the battlefield, healing wounds, strengthening shields, and restoring the Academy's protective wards. The silver oak, thought to be lost forever, began to glow faintly, its roots stirring beneath the ash. The Phoenix turned its gaze to Aaron, its golden eyes locking with his. In that moment, he understood. The Phoenix was offering him a gift, a spark of its essence. With trembling hands, he raised his wand, and a fiery sigil appeared in the air before him. It was unlike any spell he had ever cast, ancient, powerful, and alive. "Now, Aaron," Professor Lyanna called. "The Phoenix has chosen you. Finish this." Summoning every ounce of strength, Aaron released the spell. A torrent of golden flames erupted from the sigil, merging with the Phoenix's power as it struck the black dragon. The beast let out a deafening roar, its golden eyes dimming as it collapsed to the ground, its massive form falling still. The battle was over. The battlefield lay still, bathed in the soft glow of the Phoenix's golden light. The great black dragon, once a force of unstoppable destruction, lay motionless at the edge of the courtyard, its scales dull and lifeless. Its defeat sent a ripple through the remaining dragons, who hesitated, their fiery eyes dimming as if the wood driving them had been severed. The Phoenix circled overhead, its radiant wings spreading warmth across the Academy. Its presence felt like a balm, soothing the frayed nerves of the defenders and easing the wounds of the injured. The flames that had engulfed the Academy walls were extinguished entirely, replaced by a gentle golden glow that seemed to emanate from the very stones. Aaron stood in the center of the courtyard, his wand still warm in his hand. He could feel the lingering power of the Phoenix within him, like a flame that would never go out. Around him, the defenders began to cheer, a sound of pure relief and triumph. But even in the joy of their victory, their awe of the Phoenix held them in reverent silence. A gesture of gratitude. The Phoenix descended gracefully, landing in the courtyard where the silver oak had once stood. To the astonishment of everyone present, the tree's roots began to glow once more, faint at first, then growing brighter with each passing moment. New shoots pushed through the ash, and within moments, the silver oak was reborn, its branches stretching skyward, its leaves shimmering like stars. Lady Valeth approached the Phoenix slowly, her hand pressed to her heart in a gesture of respect. "You honor us with your presence," she said softly, her voice trembling with reverence. The Phoenix tilted its head, its golden eyes glowing warmly. Without a word, it released a soft, melodic cry, and from its wings fell embers that drifted toward the defenders. Wherever the embers touched, they brought healing and strength. The wounded stood, their pain erased, and the weary found their strength restored. Aaron, still trembling from the battle, felt one of the embers settle on his chest. It burned briefly, a warmth that spread through his body and then faded, leaving behind a strange sense of clarity. He looked at the phoenix, his voice barely a whisper. "Thank you." The retreat of the dragons. With their leader defeated and the phoenix standing sentinel, the remaining dragons turned and retreated into the distant mountains. Their roars echoed faintly as they disappeared into the horizon, leaving behind only the scorched earth and the distant rumble of their massive wings. Professor Lya watched them go, her expression a mix of relief and sorrow. "They were not born for destruction," she said softly. Someone drove them to this. But for now, they are gone and Aetherion is safe. The veiled stranger, who had remained on the battlefield's edge, stepped forward. The phoenix's intervention was timely, they said, their voice calm and unreadable. But this victory is only a beginning. The forces that woke the dragons may still linger. With that, they turned and disappeared into the shadows, leaving more questions than answers. A symbol of renewal. The phoenix lifted its gaze to the dawn sky, its work complete. Slowly, it spread its massive wings, preparing to leave. But before it took flight, it turned to Aaron, bowing its head briefly, a gesture that spoke of trust and recognition. Then, with a final, radiant burst of fire, it soared into the heavens, leaving behind a trail of light that lingered long after it disappeared. The defenders stood in silence, watching the phoenix vanish. The battle had been won, but its presence left a mark far deeper than the victory itself. The silver oak, now fully restored, stood as a testament to the phoenix's power, a reminder that even in the face of ruin, renewal was always possible. For Aaron, the spark of the phoenix within him would become a guiding light, shaping his path in ways he could not yet imagine. And for Aetherion Academy, this day would become a story for the ages, a tale of unity, courage, and the power of hope. As the first light of dawn began to break through the smoke-laden sky, the phoenix lingered in the courtyard, its golden feathers glowing softly, almost as if dimming with the end of its purpose. The battle was over, the black dragon defeated, but the damage to Aetherion was undeniable. The Academy's wards were shattered, its magical heart weakened, and the scars of the attack etched deeply into its ancient stones. The phoenix, however, seemed to sense this. It stood before the silver oak, now reborn and shimmering with life, and let out a low, mournful cry that echoed with both power and sorrow. Professor Lya, Lady Valeth, and the gathered defenders watched silently, understanding that the creature was preparing to offer something beyond the comprehension of mortal magic. The heart of the phoenix. The phoenix turned its gaze toward the Academy's central spire, where the wards had once burned brightly. Now, the spire stood dark, its power diminished to a flicker. The phoenix spread its wings, their brilliance illuminating the courtyard one final time. Golden embers rained from its feathers, falling like sacred blessings upon the defenders. Aaron stepped forward, drawn by an invisible pull. His heart raced as the phoenix lowered its head toward him. "It's giving something to you," Lady Valeth said softly. Aaron raised his hand hesitantly, and as he did, the phoenix let out a soft, melodic hum. A single ember, brighter and larger than the others, detached from its chest and floated toward him. It hovered above his palm for a moment before sinking into his skin, sending a wave of warmth and energy coursing through his body. "What is this?" Aaron asked, his voice trembling. "The heart of the phoenix," Lyanna replied, her voice heavy with reverence. "It is its essence, a piece of its soul. With this, You carry its power, its light, and its responsibility. A final gift. The phoenix then turned back to the silver oak, its eyes glowing brighter as its form began to change. The flames of its body grew more intense, rising in a vortex of heat and light. The defenders shielded their eyes as the phoenix became a blinding inferno, its shape dissolving into pure energy. The fire spiraled upward, then down into the earth, sinking into the roots of the silver oak and spreading outward in golden waves that rippled through the academy. Everywhere the light touched, the damage began to heal. Cracked walls mended themselves, scorched stones regained their luster, and the protective wards that had once shielded Aetherion reignited, their brilliance restored. When the light faded, the phoenix was gone. In its place, the silver oak stood taller and stronger than ever, its branches pulsing faintly with a golden glow. The air around it felt alive, humming with the energy of the phoenix's sacrifice. Aetherion reborn. The defenders of Aetherion stood in silence, their hearts heavy with gratitude and sorrow. They had won the battle, but the loss of the phoenix weighed heavily on them all. Lady Valeth broke the silence. Its spirit lives on in this place, in the silver oak and the wards it restored. The phoenix gave its life so that Aetherion might endure. Professor Lyanna placed a hand on Aaron's shoulder. And its legacy lives on in you. The heart of the phoenix is not a burden, but a gift. One day, you will understand what it truly means. As the dawn fully broke, bathing the academy in golden light, the defenders began to rebuild. Though they were weary and wounded, they were united, their spirits buoyed by the phoenix's sacrifice and the knowledge that they had prevailed. The phoenix's name would be etched into Aetherion's history, a symbol of hope and renewal. And for Aaron, its spark within him would serve as a reminder that even in the darkest moments, the light of courage and sacrifice could shine brightly enough to change the world. In the days following the battle, Aetherion Academy began to heal. The defenders worked tirelessly to rebuild what had been damaged, and though the wounds of the attack were fresh, a sense of unity bound the students, professors, and their elven allies together. But beneath the surface of their victory, a shadow lingered, one that refused to be ignored. Whispers in the halls. It began with murmurs, quiet conversations overheard in the quieter corners of the academy. Some students spoke of strange sights in the chaos of the battle, moments when a dragon seemed to hesitate as though responding to something unseen. Others whispered of spells cast not to defend the academy but to weaken its wards. Aaron, still grappling with the phoenix's gift and the weight of the battle, couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. Though the dragons were gone, the presence of betrayal hung heavy in the air. It wasn't long before the rumors reached Professor Lyanna and Lady Valeth. Together, they began to investigate, piecing together fragments of evidence left in the wake of the attack. Unraveling the truth. In the great library, Lyanna and Aaron worked late into the night, combing through texts and magical signatures left behind in the wards. Lady Valeth, with her elven scouts, examined the battlefield and the traces of magic still lingering in the air. It was during one such investigation that they found their first concrete clue, a fragment of runes etched into a hidden corner of the crystal vault, the same place where the academy's wards had been anchored. The runes, though partially destroyed, bore the unmistakable signs of a spell designed to weaken the wards. It was sabotage, Valeth said grimly, examining the runes. Someone inside the academy allowed the dragons through. Lyanna's expression hardened. This magic is old, but it isn't elven or draconic. It's Aetherion magic. Someone from within betrayed us. A familiar face. The evidence led them to an unsettling conclusion. The veiled stranger, who had arrived months before under the guise of a researcher, was nowhere to be found. Their room in the guest quarters was empty, their belongings gone. But in the silence they left behind, their purpose became clear. The stranger had studied the wards not to protect the academy, but to break them. Why would someone do this? Aaron asked, his voice trembling with anger. The dragons destroyed everything. They nearly killed us all. What could they possibly gain? Valeth placed a hand on his shoulder. Power. Control. The dragons were a weapon, and someone sought to wield them. But we don't yet know for whom. Lyanna nodded. We must uncover the full truth. The stranger may be gone, but their trail isn't cold yet. The revelation of sabotage spread through Aetherion like wildfire. Whispers turned into accusations, and a heavy tension settled over the academy. The idea that someone from within their own ranks had aided the dragons was almost too much to bear. Trust, the very foundation of Aetherion, began to fracture. A divided academy. The professors convened an emergency council in the Great Hall. Lady Valeth, her elven scouts, and a selection of senior students, including Aaron, were present. The atmosphere was tense, and every word spoken seemed to carry the weight of suspicion. We cannot move forward until we understand the full extent of the betrayal, Headmaster Thalarin said, his voice steady but grim. If this traitor acted alone, we must find them. But if they had allies, he let the words hang, the implications heavy. Professor Lyanna presented the evidence they had gathered, the weakened wards, the runes found in the crystal vault, and the veiled stranger's sudden disappearance. This was not the work of an impulsive mind, she said. It was planned, precise, and deliberate. The mention of the stranger caused a stir. But who were they? A student asked. Why were they allowed here at all? Headmaster Thalarin's face darkened. They came with a letter of introduction, one that appeared genuine. It seems we underestimated their intent. Fractured trust. The students, already shaken by the attack, began to grow wary of one another. Small divisions formed, particularly between those who had fought closest to the wards and those who had been farther from the battle. Unfounded accusations flew, and the once unified academy began to splinter. Aaron felt the weight of the Phoenix's gift burning in his chest as he watched his peers turn against each other. This isn't what the Phoenix would have wanted, he said to Arinder one evening as they stood near the Silver Oak. The elf nodded solemnly. No, it isn't. But fear does strange things to people. Your role now is not just to carry the Phoenix's power, Aaron. You must also carry its hope. The cost of betrayal. Beyond the emotional toll, the betrayal had practical consequences. The Academy's defenses were weakened, its wards fragile despite the Phoenix's sacrifice. Rebuilding them required time and resources, but more than that, it required trust, a resource now in short supply. Lady Valeth addressed the council, her voice firm. The elves will remain for as long as you need us. The dragons may have retreated, but whoever orchestrated this attack will not stop here. They will strike again, and next time, we may not have the Phoenix to save us. Her words sent a chill through the room. The weight of what had been lost, and what still lay ahead, settled over them like a heavy shadow. Despite the divisions and the uncertainty, Aetherion was not without hope. Slowly but surely, steps were taken to restore what had been broken, not just the wards and walls, but the trust that bound them together. The path to healing. The first step came when the senior students, led by Aaron, organized a gathering beneath the silver oak. It was a simple act, a chance for everyone to speak openly about their fears and doubts. "We've been through too much to let this divide us," Aaron said, his voice steady despite the nervousness in his chest. "Aetherion isn't just a place, it's us. And we have to rebuild it together." The gathering marked a turning point. Slowly, the fractures began to mend. Students and professors worked side by side, not just to repair the physical damage, but to strengthen their bonds. A mystery remains. Though the Academy began to heal, the identity of the veiled stranger and their motives remained a haunting question. Lady Valeth and Irinder vowed to investigate further, delving into ancient records and seeking answers among the Elves' archives. "We will find the truth," Valeth promised. "And when we do, we will ensure that Aetherion is ready for whatever comes next." A glimmer of hope. As days turned to weeks, the Academy began to feel like itself again. The silver oak stood as a symbol of renewal, its golden leaves a reminder of the phoenix's sacrifice. And though uncertainty lingered, the defenders of Aetherion found solace in their unity. For Aaron, the phoenix's spark burned brightly within him, a constant reminder of the courage and hope that had saved them. Though he did not yet know the full extent of its power, he felt ready to face whatever lay ahead. The story of Aetherion's battle against the dragons would be told for generations, a tale of bravery, betrayal, and renewal. But for now, the Academy found itself in a rare moment of peace. As the sun set over the rebuilt spires, casting the Academy in hues of gold and crimson, the students gathered once more beneath the silver oak. They spoke of their dreams, their fears, and the lessons they had learned. Aaron sat quietly, his gaze drifting to the horizon. He didn't know what the future held, but for the first time, he felt ready to face it. The phoenix had entrusted him with its light, and he vowed to carry it forward, to protect Aetherion, to honor its sacrifice, and to keep the flame of hope alive. And so, under the watchful glow of the silver oak, the Academy began its next chapter, a future forged in courage, unity, and the enduring power of magic.